Mhm. There we go. Here. Alrighty. Oh, you know what? My cam's fucked up. Hold on. Hold on, game. Hold on. Where's my camera? Vidcap. Whoa. Where's my camera? Not the biggest of deals, but kind of. There we are. There we are. Camera is returned. Okay. Bring the chat back up. There's Palm. Alright. Alright, you beautiful people. Welcome back to the Tuesday stream. Roleplay Trails in the Sky on Nightmare. Oh no. It's fucked up. Hold on. Fix that. Come on. Do your thing. This game does not like alt tapping. Alright. Anyways, yeah, welcome back to the stream. I hope everyone had a great weekend. Mine was quite eventful. With my birthday and all. And then streaming Rebirth for 12 hours. Then I just got back from my last Fermilab shift for the summer. So that was fun. But yeah, welcome back, guys. This time, we are going to continue through an Raven move for plot this time. We just met Agate last time. So fun stuff. Some news. We seem to have stayed at 100 followers. And I've been messaged about some stuff from some friends, so I think I do have a idea of something to do for like a 100 follower like one-off thing. I've also been asked to do some other things too. So we'll see where those things go, and maybe I'll talk about it more. But for now, that's just made known. Other word of note, this Saturday there probably isn't a Rebirth stream, but it might be on like Friday night or Sunday. I don't know. We'll see. What I can squeeze in. I'm going out with my mom, most likely. So yeah, that's how that is. And also on the forefront, by the end of the month-ish, probably going on hiatus for a little bit to figure out how all this squeezes into a temporary schedule. But yeah, that's about it. I think we are ready to get started. One sec. I am being summoned. Yeah? Alright. But yeah, I should probably get rid of some of these water bottles that are empty. Hold on. Let me get rid of all these damn water bottles. Tell you what though, it'll be nice to get my schedule, like, somewhat decent for a couple weeks. All the shifts definitely get to me. I'm also gonna use a controller today, I think. I'll try that for a bit. So, I think it's this one. Yep, that one seems to be the one. Let's load her up. Alright. Here we are in Ravenmu. It'd be a good time to chat to people again, since it's the first time coming back. Huh? Are you guys visitors? If you're looking for the village elder's house, it's just up that hill in the back of the village. Okay, so Fran gives you directions. As if we didn't already meet the goddamn elder. Victor is no more. Vince. Louis hasn't come over recently. I wonder if something happened. Wonder if it wasn't all the fucking bullying you guys gave him. You fuck. Old man's still out here. Gray. I've been growing fruit here ever since this village was alive with its mining industry. When it comes to growing delicious fruit, I have no equal in this village. Okay. Cool. Let's see what else we got. Chicken. Oh. I'm actually looking to get out of the orchard business and start again as a merchant in bows. But there's still a number of problems hanging over this village. Okay. If we can't find a way to resolve them, then I won't be able to leave this place with a clear conscience. Oh, okay, so now we've connected the detail. The lore is, he's Palm's father, and I think it's Francesca is the wife. Lore. Mostly farming and started. Cool. That's a nice little detail. Now we have a clear understanding of Melanie. A husband pesca. Okay, so now we're getting that detail. See, everyone's connected. My husband Pesca is really dedicated to his research. He works by day in the orchard and researches various means of cultivation by night. Neat. And that's this guy, right? In here? Yeah. I moved to this village a number of years ago because I wanted to be an orchard farmer. I even purchased a new set of herbal farming equipment which I've been studying how to use all my life. I'm going to grow and produce more fruit than anyone else. Neat. Nope, nothing for them. Alright, I think the only other person that's outside is Louis. Let's look around. Oh, I guess the left trigger is that for now. Were those flowers here before? I kind of feel like Agate put those flowers down. Just a hunch. Yeah, so let's go about saving real quick. Nobody believes me. It wasn't a dream either. Okay. Okay. Right. General goods. Meal. This village is close to the border and was one of the first places to be occupied during the war. See? I knew it. It had to be. It's the only place for Ereboni to strike that isn't a pain in the ass. At least in the Bose region. Because the only other way is for them to run through Reuined and across the checkpoint. There were so many victims back then, and the deep wounds in people's hearts still have yet to heal over. Cool. Nothing like I actually care about, though. Things I can cook. We will get all that kind of stuff before leaving the Bose region, that's for sure. I believe this is an apple. Yep. But, I'd like to recommend to squeeze juice in the bar on the second floor if I could. Just give it a try if you'd like. Cool. Let's rest real quick. Let's see. Welcome! If you're here for a drink, I recommend that you try our various types of fruit wines. Our ingredients are the freshest and finest in all of Liberal. Sounds great, but if you don't mind asking, this place wasn't around before, was it? He said it's right. We just opened the place recently. I hope you'll come visit us often. So what's the recommended item on the menu right now? Let's see. The pomegranate wine and the apricot tart set is delightful. Shara, shouldn't we be investigating things first? And that's exactly what we're doing! We're investigating the wine! Speaking with local residents can let us info as well. You don't need to be such a hurry. I wonder if she's really serious about what she says. Who knows? Whenever it comes to her and alcohol, her credibility isn't that great. Nothing else that's important. Okay. Apple ice cream and fresh juice. Ooh, cures petrify. I like. Get some ice cream, some fresh juice. I think the ice cream may have been the second second path to Infinite Mira, if I remember correctly. Oh, you know what? That other house must be their house. Yeah, that makes sense. Everyone has a house. Everyone has a place to live. Probably. Makes sense to me. Orange. If you're looking for my husband, he's always in the orchard. Even when I call him for meals, he ends up coming an hour later. And by that time, his meal is already cold. Well, or not. Who is here? Oh, Figaro. You visited the gravesite here in the village? A large tombstone is dedicated to the victims who died in the 100 Days War. "10 years ago, this village suffered greatly because of the fighting. And even today, I still see that horrific scene sometimes in my dreams." It's rough, buddy. Yep, that's that big one up here. I think there's one more. I don't think I can go in that one. Yeah. Okay. Go in here? I'll talk to the elder's wife first. The heat of flames burning flesh and the charred smell of blackened bones. Amidst the screams and cries of the villagers and their children. No matter how many years pass, the terrible events of the war remain ingrained in my mind. Okay. Let's see what the elders got to say. I see you're all together. What brings you all up here today? Are you here for a visit? No, not exactly. We're actually here on business. Although if it's possible, I'd really like a glass of your fruit wine. Things in the world never go like you expect, do they? By the way, I never got a chance to ask you until now, but you don't happen to be one of Agate's companions, do you? Well, we're members of the same guild, but we're not companions exactly. We know him by face, and that's probably about it. I see. So he's a loner as usual, huh? The village elder closed his eyes for a moment as a look of sadness passed over his aged features. Still being confused as usual. What's wrong? It's nothing really. Please pardon my expression. Anyway, what brings you to this rural village of ours? Don't tell me that another dangerous monster showed up in the area. Actually, we're in the middle of an investigation concerning the missing airliner. We came here because we heard there was a report of some kind. Ah, I see. Royal Army came here and investigated that the other day. However, they searched around the area and ended up leaving empty-handed. Really, is that so? What about the person who saw the flying silhouette in the sky? It was one of the children in the village here, a boy named Louis. He apparently saw some suspicious shadow making its way across the sky the night of the incident. But he's a kid, any way you think about it, so he may have just imagined the whole thing while he was half asleep. Imagine it, huh? I guess the best thing we could do is ask him directly. Probably right. Thanks for your time, sir. Don't mention it. Anything else I can help with, don't hesitate to ask. Speaking of the war, I saw that young man for the first time in years. If he'd let me know he was coming, I could have cleaned up the house for him. Anything different? I don't know. Okay. So it could have been either Agate or Morgan that she saw. 10 years ago, this village suffered greatly because of the fighting. Yeah. Okay, so you already said that. Although I'm leaning towards it being Agate, since Agate literally just came from out of here, you know? Okay. See if the kids have anything new to say. Nope. Okay. See what Lou's got to say. Huh? I haven't seen you guys around here before. Are you merchants here to buy fruit? No. We're here for a different reason. As a matter of fact, we're bracers. You mean like Agate? Oh no, you don't look all that strong to me, especially because you're a girl. Why don't you tell me how you really feel? Never seen my great skill with a staff, do you think you could still call me weak? Oh, that's crazy. It's like a tornado. I hope you've learned your lesson that looks can be deceiving. How about another amazing demonstration with my staff? Still, be careful. Wasn't it just yesterday that you hit yourself in the face doing that? Anyway, are you Louis? Yeah? How do you know my name? I heard from the village elder. He said you saw some kind of flying shadow. Do you think you could tell us a little bit more about it? Sure. But the soldiers from the army already searched the place and didn't find anything. That's fine, we're not worried about it. Do you think you could just tell us what you saw? In as much detail as you can remember? Okay, I'll try. You see, I like watching the stars at night, so I often sneak out of my house at night to come here and look at the stars. And the other night, when I was out here looking at the stars, I saw two shadows move across the sky. Hold on a minute here. You say you saw two shadows? Yeah, that's right. And they were different sizes too, kind of like a mom leading a kid. Two shadows, two sizes. That's consistent with an airliner and the Sky Bandit airship if you think about it. Yeah, the aircraft we ran across in the woods was definitely smaller than a typical airliner. And the two shadows just kept on flying north, until I couldn't see them anymore. North is... There's a trail that continues behind the village, and it leads to an old septium mine, which was abandoned some time ago. Soldiers from the army supposedly searched the trail but didn't come up with anything. That's why they said I must have been dreaming. And then they laughed at me like I didn't know what I was talking about. Enough of that. You're a boy, right? And boys don't cry. We're not like those stupid soldiers. We don't think you're telling a lie either, and we're going to prove it. Really? Damn straight. You just leave it to us. So no more crying, okay? Okay. You're a real nice person. As usual, she's got a knack with the kids. Yeah, maybe it's a virtue. Why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing. Let's focus on the task at hand. Right. So we're gonna get onto the trail behind the village and see what we can find. Did everything they say change? Yeah, they changed. God damn it. Already? Okay. 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 These youngins' ways of cultivation are nothing less than crude. Think only about production instead of quality of taste. It's utterly deplorable in every sense of the word. Okay, yeah. Gray thinks that the only reason why I want to use the machine is so that I can be lazy. He completely misunderstands me. I think we should use a number of cultivation technologies to improve the process. Alright. Ray and Pascal were at each other's throats again today. There are a number of things that he's been willing to budge on. Ah yes, the new versus old gen argument. I think it's as my husband says, Gray just misunderstands us. I think if we had a chance to really sit down and talk to him, he would understand where we're coming from. Cool. Alright, just a couple more kids. Alright. Now the other two kids out there. think it's partly Louis' fault that people don't believe him. When he first talked about seeing suspicious silhouettes, he said he thought they were dragons. And dragons are creatures from ancient times, right? So saying something like that is not going to help people believe your story. Well, that's where you're wrong, Vince. Fran. I think it's just like he says. I heard that when our fathers were children, there was a dragon still around here somewhere. I'd love to see a dragon for real, even if it's only just one time. Oh my god, there's so much foreshadowing here about that dragon showing up in second chapter. But you'd only get it if you talk to all the people enough times. Even young children were victims of the 100 Days War. It still pains me today when I think about it. Well, when it comes to the right season, people can come and experience picking fresh fruit from the trees. Did you hear that, Joshua? We can come here and pick fruit. Can we come here again so we can gorge ourselves on all the good stuff around here? I should have figured you'd say something like that, Estelle. Anyway, I think it's a little too early for that. Yeah, that's right. It'll be another several months before the fruit is ripe. Why'd you have to go and say something like that? I got all excited for nothing. Well, let's at least come back again when it's picking season, okay? And when we don't have a job to do. Whatever you say, Estelle. Didn't you say the same thing about shopping and bows? I wonder if I should increase the number of dishes that use fruit in them. I'll have to discuss this with Apple later. Yeah. My husband is as stiff as a board and stuck in his ways. In fact, yeah. In fact, he may just be stuck in his old ways until the day he dies. It seems like recently my husband has had a difference of opinion with one of the young men in the village. Basically says her husband is a stubborn asshole. I wonder if Louis is still off crying somewhere by himself. I know he told me he saw a shadow flying through the air the other night, but any normal person would think he mistook an animal for what he saw. Right? daily routine for me and my husband to pay our respects to the deceased. We don't ever want those who lost their lives during the war to feel that they have been forgotten. Silhouette that Louis saw flying in the sky. I wonder if it could be him. There's still foreshadowing. Ragnar. No, it couldn't be. It's been decades since anyone left. Yeah. So yeah, they're straight. So Elder Horizon knows about the dragon. By the way, a reminder of what I found out last stream. There is basically a archaeobiologist in Bose who drinks at Kirsch's bar, named Linde. And apparently, according to him, the historical record basically is that dragons used to be seen commonplace in Liberl up until right before the Orbital Revolution. But the moment orbital technology comes back into the picture, they stop showing. Okay. Yeah, it's the Apple ice cream. Alright, what was I doing next? Yeah, this one. Yep. That worked. Dick.
That's that. Let's move out.
Ooh, Royal Leaf times 2? What did I do? However, I will. Boardman. Yes, Lily, you're learning the truth, Lily.
All right, we're good to go.
Are you learning that Laura is the way, the will and the way, Lily? I was not kidding. When you will believe in Laura and Emma's supremacy in that series, Lily. The gate is secured with a heavy chain and padlock. This looks like the entrance to the abandoned mine. Kind of reminds me of the Malga mine, except for the fact that it's all deserted. It seems that this place was abandoned quite some time ago. Padlock and chain are rusted. It doesn't look like this gate has been opened recently. Which means that there's no possibility that the Coyote bandits entered through here. I wonder if that's why the army never investigated the place. Probably not going to find any clues searching around in an old mine, that's for sure. It's wrong as hell. Maybe it's just me, but do you feel any air flowing out of here? When you say out of here, do you mean the mine? Yeah, that's right. Let's see. You're right, Estelle. It's rather subtle, but there is air flowing out of here. Just like I thought, huh? Sometimes your senses can be surprisingly sharp, you know that? I wonder if you get that from your father. My dad doesn't have anything to do with it. But don't forget about it. Aren't you more interested in what's inside the old mine? There's certainly a possibility that it connects to somewhere. It's probably worth checking out. Well, in that case, let's bust this lock off. Hey, don't you even think about doing that. For now, we better head back to the village and talk with the elder. He might have the key. You're no fun, Shara. Dude.
Let's move out.
Works. Go. Tower.
Seems you came up short.
Really? Alright, we'll see. Yes, things did slightly change. Hi, you guys. Did you find something out? I can't say for sure. I don't think the thing you saw was a dream. Really? We're going to do a little more investigating, so please give us a little longer. Okay, good luck, you guys. What's Vince's new theory now? This is the time for us women to shine. Even Laura's wife is the queen of the house. And for heaven's sake, we even have Her Majesty the Queen. I heard this from Louis, so don't get me mad if I'm wrong. Are you guys from the Racer Guild? That's awesome. So even girls can be racers too? Huh. I always thought that you couldn't be a bracer unless you were tough like Agate. Pesca relies too much on those orbit-run machines. And look what it brought him. Fruit that tastes much less delicious than mine. I just don't know how I feel about shipping out something like that from Ravenmu. Alright, Pesca, you gonna take that? It's not like I want to turn everything into a mechanized cultivation. To begin with, orchard cultivation is equal to do with machines anyway. Even if we use oral machines to help us out, a large portion of the work would still rely on things done by hand. As it stands, we don't have enough people here in the village to do everything by hand. That's why I think we should use machines when we need them. Melanie, I really love raising fruit myself, so I'm glad that I came along with my husband. It's been a while coming, but gradually we've been able to confide in the other villagers. Gray is someone we've never been able to get close to. Alright, Laura, what do you gotta say? I get what Gray is trying to say, but I think the Pesca has the best idea. I think we should sit down and discuss this, as it really is important to the whole village. Cool. I had my own star in a Bose market at one time. However, I feel more comfortable in my hometown. Unfortunately, this place is out of the way, and sometimes it's difficult to get products in stock. know I'm a bit shy, but I love doing this job. We get people from all over with interesting stories about the world. It makes me feel all warm and tingly inside just hearing them. I'm so happy when someone who stayed here before comes back again. Oh, hi, Anlace. I started this place with my childhood friend, Apple. Of course, I was the one who invited her to join me in this venture. She's a bit of an introvert, so I wasn't sure she was up for it, but she was surprisingly eager to give it a shot. Okay. Okay. What's going on, Anlace? Well, if it isn't Anlace. Oh, hi, Charizard. Don't tell me you're here on a job with the guild, too. Actually, yeah. Seems like we're all bogged down for work, huh? Don't know what job she's on. One more thing, Charizard. The reach has become really dangerous recently. Make sure to be careful. I really don't remember Anlace showing up this much before, so maybe I really didn't check as much before. I just feel like I don't, like, I was not that aware of her being around as much before. But I guess that's just on me for not exploring enough my first time around. I don't think my husband is wrong in his opinions, because the fact is, he grows the most delicious fruit in the entire village. That said, I don't think it would hurt to try accepting new ways of growing fruit. Grow? Louis seems to be rather upset. I wonder what's wrong. You're looking for my husband. Since this time of day, I'm sure he's up at the grave site on the hill. This is where you are, Elder. Oh, it's you young bracers, is it? Well, this is a rather extravagant grave for a small village like this, isn't it? It was erected to mourn all those souls we lost 10 years ago. Since the Bose region is nearest to the Empire, it was in the thick of the fray. And this village lost a number of good people in the hostilities. That's terrible. Just need you to get somber too, though. These days, cleaning this monument is just one of my daily routines. But I guess you wouldn't have come up here if you didn't think there was something I could help you with, right? Alright, there was something we wanted to talk to you about. But before that, would you mind if we paid our respects as well? I know we don't have any flowers to give, but we'd at least like to offer up a prayer. Oh, I see. No, of course I don't mind. I'm sure all these, those looking down from above would be overjoyed by the gesture. You say there might be some clues in that old mine, huh? I know for certain that the soldiers didn't check inside. After I heard Luru's story, it really got me thinking. We'd like to check the place out just in case. So would you mind lending us the key to the entrance? The key for that padlock, huh? Give me a minute here. Sure, I put it in this drawer. Alright, here it is. Okay, this should get you inside. See if key. Wow, this key looks ancient. Many thanks, Elder. This will really help a lot. Don't mention it, we're always indebted to the Racer Guild for their help. It's only natural that we would try and return the favor. Thanks. If everyone we dealt with were as cooperative as you, it would make our lives a lot easier. Be sure to let you know if we'll find anything. I'd appreciate that. Okay. So yeah, let's go talk to everyone again. Yeah, we're about to have a lot of updates to the... Okay. Oh, actually, no. Not a pot point. Alright. Ooh. Oh yeah, let's use the spot. Are you playing green? All right. Fine now.
Seems you came up short.
Thanks for the follow, Onwalker. everyone. Little fucker.
Seems you came up short.
Fine. We're fine. Nothing is wrong. I'll just do this. Easy. Easy heals. There we go. Are we actually at the HP level where... I guess we are, yeah. We're at that level where that actually doesn't heal everything. Oh, wrong button. That's the wrong way, too. Thanks for fit of gens. Okay. Okay, new mine. Alright, so a good time to use another save slot, I would think. That should work. Get scared of heavy chain padlock. Let's use the fucking key. Abandoned mine key. I'll add this to the lore notes. I'll just make a new page. Call it abandoned mine. There we go. That work? Okay. Yeah, I actually keep lore notes. It goes on a wiki I update. No sky bandits, but I definitely sense monsters in there. Stay alert. Alright. Go in. We are in. I see you. Turn your ass around. Let's take it. I guess we can just use any old spell. Don't really matter. Go.
Done already?
Oh. These things aren't even worth fighting, really. At least do every encounter at least once, though. I think that makes sense. Oh, I know what this means. Hellgate. Anything else? Doesn't really matter. There we go.
We're good to go.
The amount of ease I have at doing this, you would think I'm not on the hardest difficulty. Oh, I didn't even see him. What the fuck? There we go. Yeah, you're gonna take it. Huh? Oh shit. That'll work. Take it. Sure. We'll do that. There we go.
That's that then. Let's move out.
Damn! Pretty nice. Don't ask any questions about why I have so much Sepith. Some are nearing 2,000. That is a dead end. Right there. Come on, turn your ass around. There we go. We got people aplenty. Yeah, let's just keep smacking them with basic arts. There we go.
Let's move out.
Yeah, if I can get away with not having to do an art, I'll do it. Okay, so that goes a direction right there. I'm not grinding. I'm just going through a dungeon and killing everything at least once. There we go. That'll work. Dead.
Oh, are we done already?
Take it. Only 2. I'm not going to use it on that. I'll use basic arts. Yeah, we're bringing ourselves back up. That's for sure. You're a little bitch.
Seems you came up short.
Getting a lot of monster characters, that's for sure. Oh, they want the smoke. Okay. The smoke will be had then. Really that simple. An aerial? Why not?
Seems you came up short.
Okay. Oh. Wait.
Seems you came up.
Nothing? Hmm? And that takes me back to the beginning. Right there, I think. Yeah, okay. Seems to me that's the only way to go. And just to be double sure, I'll just double check it myself. Okay. I have half MP, so I will just use. Oh wait, the only one that needs healed is Joshua, actually. So. Good. Good, I think. Alright. Man, it's bright in here. Huh, isn't that the... Quiet as hell. Looks like we hit the jackpot. Kyle. So yeah, let's just document who we find in here. Cool. Forget about the heavy things and focusing on the food provisions and valuables. Hurry up, will ya? It's only a matter of time before someone finds this place. Four nameless guys. Airliner doing in a place like this. I guess that kid wasn't seeing things after all. This looked like an area that used to be used for strip mining. It certainly turned out to be a great place to hide something of this size. But who would have thought to look here? Aren't they loading the airliner cargo into their own ship? Let's worry about that later. We gotta figure out a way to bag these guys before they get away again. So this is our third trip, huh? Man, Don can be a real slave driver sometimes. Oh, well, once it's all taken care of, we'll be able to sit back and negotiate a nice fat ransom. Hold it right there. Estelle, that was not the right decision. It would have been a better decision to hail them. But who in the scorching flames of justice shall never fade away as long as evil thrives in this world. The League of Extraordinary Bracers has arrived. Huh? The League of... what? Bonehead, why do you always get carried away like that? So you two. Now I look like a big fool saying this stuff all alone. You're the ones who Josette had to run in with back in Roland. This can't be right. You're not supposed to be here this early. Can't be right. We're not supposed to be here this early. What the heck are you talking about? According to the laws of the Bracer Guild, you are hereby under arrest and charged with hijacking of the airliner and its passengers. I hope for your sake she'll come along quietly. Now, hold on just a minute. Are you trying to tell me that only the three of you came here to arrest us? See anyone else, bandit boy? So you're not involved with the others then, huh? And that simplifies things. Let's get them, boys. Okay. How bad is this gonna be? Not any funny business. Oh.
Let's do this!
That works. Yeah, she only got single. Or that was not even really that worth it, if I'm being honest. There we go. Buddy, I don't even think you're gonna get a chance to use that bomb. Nah, you didn't. Oh, that was funny though. Easy peasy.
That's that then. Let's move out.
You got tougher than I thought. No wonder Jose got beat by you there, by you three. Sweet talk won't get you anywhere, buddy. Time to surrender and let the passengers go. You really don't know anything, do you? What was that you called yourselves? League of the Exceptionally Dim or something? You making fun of my awesome team name? You're dead. Look out! What is this? You gotta be kidding me. Another smoke screen? It's too bad about the rest of the cargo, but we'll just have to live on it. Later, bracers. Oh, some of it got in my eyes. Don't worry, it's not poisonous. It looks like a typical smoke canister. The ship is already out of sight. This is getting really old. Not once, but twice now that you got played. If I get demoted for this at the guild, there's not much I can say in my defense. Oh, Shara, quit acting like it was all your fault. We're responsible for letting them get away, too. If we got time to kick ourselves over this, then there's got to be some other constructive things we can do. Well, well, you sound like you should be the senior racer. Well, at least we were able to take back the airliners. How about we have a look? The passengers may be inside. Right. Okie dokie. Okay, before I go in, I'm just gonna look around the surroundings. Yeah, that wasn't really... big a deal. Anyways, and here we go. Oh, it's pretty bare in here. There's not a piece of cargo left. Evidently, the Sky Bandits managed to make off with it all. That's judging by the looks of things. At any rate, we should do a thorough investigation. Here's a lift car. Looks like the same type as those at the landing port. Sky Bandits probably use this to move the cargo. I wonder what this is. It's the orbital engine control panel. Looks like the flow of orbital energy is completely stopped. Looks like this is the captain's seat. If there were any other circumstances, I would love to sit here. Don't even think about it. Here's the steering wheel. I wonder where the pilot could have gone. Okay, and then the third floor. Oh, it's here. Right, there's a lot of light shining in this place. Big window. Checked over, but it looks like there's nobody inside. It's a high possibility the passengers are transferred to the Sky Bandit's airship. Then to wherever their hideout is. Agreed. This sucks. Right when we had some clues, we're back at 0. Come on, cheer up already. It's not like every clue has completely vanished. Why do you think the Sky Bandits had the airliner in a place like this? Huh? As far as I can tell, the orbital energy in the ship is completely stopped. Which means that the orbital engine was stripped from the aircraft. I know this because orbital energy in an orbit gradually recharges over time. Furthermore, the Sky Bandits made multiple trips to carry off a large amount of cargo. Considering the time and risk involved, don't you think it would have been more effective just to take the entire airliner to their hideout? Yeah, it does seem a little odd that they didn't. So why'd they hide the airliner here then? All I can think of is that they did in order to ditch to the Linde because their hideout was weird. Yes, that's exactly right. I guess I would imagine that their hideout is in a slightly peculiar place. Maybe 10 to 15 Argonsides. In short, a peculiar place on which only a small aircraft like the Sky Bandit's airship could land. Interesting. How about terrain covered with extreme differences in height, like mountains and ravines? It seems like a likely place for the bandits' hideout. Yes, that's what I've been thinking too. However, if that's the case, then we may be able to do anything else. There's a possibility that their hideout may be in a place we can't reach by foot. But then what can we do? Well, I hate to say it, but we may have to share our conclusions with the Army and ask for the cooperation. Because they're the ones with the patrol ships. What? Now you're trying to tell us we should go crawling back to the Army and ask them for help? Either way, we still have to report to them about the airliner. Personally speaking, I still think we should cooperate with the Army, whatever their attitude may be. Especially if that means bringing the hostages back safe and sound. I guess you're right. This isn't the time or place to be letting my personal feelings get the best of me. For the time being, let's get back to the guild and report our findings. To Ron. Be able to contact the Hawking Gate if we use the orbital telephone. Alright. Cool. I believe we are all gonna hear I picked the airliner for a lengthy scene. Alright. I gotta go down. What the heck? Great, now this is something I did not expect. I wonder if we should be glad since they saved us the trouble of having to contact them. Okay. Yep. How many troops? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 multiplies 16. right? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18. Hands in the air, all of you. What's the world coming to? A woman and 2 kids are the Sky Bandits? Though the girl does look shifty. Hey now, that's just rude. Who are you calling Sky Bandits? Can't you see the shiny emblem on my chest? The bracelet emblem, huh? Hope you don't think for a moment something like that proves your innocence. Ah, here's Morgan. General Morgan? Why are you here? After looking over the reports of my men, I found this place to have been insufficiently investigated, so I came to see for myself. Who would have thought a lot of you were conspiring with the Sky Bandits? Alright. Might I get you to stop with the accusations, General? We happen to find this place one step ahead of your men. If that's the truth, then why don't you tell me where the Sky Bandits are? Are the hostages inside that airliner? We almost had the Sky Bandits, but they managed to escape. There are no hostages to be found here. It looks like the truth has come out. Most likely, you notified the Sky Bandits to let them know we were coming. Wait a minute here. How about you cut with the crap? My thoughts exactly. Alright, men, take them into custody. The General will be questioning you himself on the morrow. If your innocence is proven, then you'll be released in 2 or 3 days. So for the time being, this cell will give you a place to cool your heels. This isn't even funny. Tossing us in a place like this without even listening to a word we have to say. If the Honorage managed to arrest the Sky Bandits, then I'm sure we'd have our names cleared. But the way things are at the moment, that may not be possible. Why not? You remember what the Sky Bandit leader we thought an old mind said, right? This can't be right. You're not supposed to be here this early, if I remember correctly. Now you mention it, he did say that, didn't he? You're not trying to tell me that he meant the army by that, are you? I don't know for sure, but I would bet that's what he meant. Which means that the Sky Bandits have a mole in the army. Or a collaborator who is leaking info. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it, Joshua? Yeah. Well, if that's the case, they'll never get caught, which means we were the only ones that stood a chance of nabbing them. But now we're stuck in here. I wonder how your father would get around this little setback. My. Well, don't you all seem to be in a bit of a fix? Huh? Did you just say something, Joshua? No, I didn't say anything. I came from the cell next door. It almost sounds familiar. Well, how could you say something so heartless? My lustrous voice should be recognizable to anyone. Could this unfounded self-confidence and tone of absurd narcissism belong to... Oh, it's you, isn't it, Olivier? You do remember my dulcet chords. I think that we meet again in a place like this. Seems that we're bound by destiny. Why are you here? I thought we took you to Bose. And now you're locked up in a place like this? What the heck did you do? Come now, let's not worry about all the little details, shall we? I have my reasons, which are deeper than the deepest ocean and higher than the highest peak. I'm definitely not asking now. I'm sure we just get tired while you talked our ears off. Well, what a coincidence, Estelle. I was thinking just the same thing. So there you have it. We don't really care to know. You talk so much that I'd probably be an old woman by the time you were done. And I'm not ready for wrinkles yet. Come on now. Let's not be like that. I'll fill you in on all the details of the tragic incident which befell me. Oh, didn't you listen? I don't want to hear it. It all began after we parted ways. I did some window shopping in the Bose Market and then moved on to the Anteros restaurant. See, once I had eaten to my heart's content, I began to play the grand piano and then feed my artistic soul. And upon doing so, the restaurant manager was overcome by my skill. So I was asked to stay and work as a professional pianist for the restaurant. It's great and all, but I thought you were supposed to be a lutist. A musical genius is not limited to just one instrument. Anyway, back to my story. After negotiating a few of my own conditions, I accepted the job offer. Those conditions were, of course, food and wine for free every day instead of Mira. I don't know how to put it, but that's very you, Olivier. Yeah, I'm not sure how that has anything to do with you getting thrown in jail. Well, this is where the real sob story begins. That night, I had been enjoying a plate of sautéed duck I had had the chef prepare. But the blood sauce which had been used was a little too overbearing for my palate. Consequently, I began to feel that normal red wine was not satisfying enough. The more you talk, the more I want to hit you. But go on. I'm morbidly curious. Well, so I borrowed of wine which seemed good for the cellar. Something called Grand Chardonnay for the year 1183. Grand Chardonnay for the year 1183? That's a legendary vintage wine that was auctioned off in the royal city. Oh, aren't you well informed? I heard a rumor about it too, so of course I was interested in having a drink for myself. Auctioned off? How much are we talking about here? From what I heard, it went for somewhere in the neighborhood of 500,000 Mira. $500,000? For just one bottle? That's out of this world. You didn't, did you, Olivier? Such a needless question. Of course I opened the bottle and had a sip. Its sweet-smelling fragrance tickled my nostrils. Its luxurious metal taste caressed my throat. Can you believe what else? A rose-tinted vignette of time and space existed within that very bottle. I don't think I can listen to this any longer. Yeah, my ears are bleeding from listening to such stupidity. I'm completely dumbfounded. The sad thing is, that after taking a sip of such excellent wine, I began to feel the food was lacking. Okay, I call BS, Olivier. I was literally the best cook in Liberal that cooks for that place. Knows I was having the chef cook me up something else to match the wine. The restaurant manager returned. I'm not a stingy fellow. I cordially invited him to join me for a drink. For some odd reason, he got rather upset. In fact, he got so steaming mad that his face looked like a ripe tomato. Before I could say another word, a group of soldiers came filling in. Well, one thing led to another, and I can't say another word about this tragedy of being dragged all the way here without coming to tears. So let us all weep together as you sympathize with my dilemma. They're all sleeping. Are you listening? This is where the story gets really interesting. You see, several further trials awaited me after I was brought here. Hello? Are you listening? Yes. You get up. Yawn? I'm tired. What's wrong? Were you trying to tell us we're being interrogated this early in the morning? That's a little early even for me. No, it's just the opposite. You're being released. Huh? Why all of a sudden? Is there a reason for this? Yes, I like to consider myself that reason. Oh, Maybell. Mayor Maybell? What an unusual place to be meeting you. I'm really sorry about this. But don't worry, your name's been cleared. I don't completely agree with everything, but this is a request coming from Maybell herself. You better remember to thank her. So you mean Maybell stood up on her behalf? No, that's not exactly it. I just explained your situation to General Morgan. Our situation? Yes, I have one question for the both of you. Are you really the children of Cassius Bright? Ah, she name dropped. Just like, you really gonna throw Cassius's kids in prison? Yes, that's right. This is Estelle Bright, and I'm his adopted son, Joshua. I see. Now that you mention it, the girl does slightly resemble Lena. You knew my mother? Yes, I enjoyed your mother's cooking on several occasions when I visited your home in Roland. Why, in fact, we even met once when you were just a baby. Now, wait just a minute. You're a personal acquaintance of my dad's? I knew he was in the military before, but... I don't know Cassius Bright the Bracer. The only Cassius I know is the one from the service. He was a rare strategist. Strategist? Dad? I just can't imagine what he saw in the Bracer Guild. It makes me angry just thinking about it. You'll have to excuse me. What's with him? Seems like your father was a brilliant officer in the military. I've heard to the general that he tried several times to get your father to change his mind about retiring. I didn't know that. Somehow it feels hard to believe. However, if that's the case, the general's hatred for bracers may stem from Cassius leaving the army. From the vexation of being left by one of his most promising men. I get the same impression. So what you're saying is, our lives are a pain in the ass because of my dad? That son of a bitch! How about we return to Bose now? With the airliner being found, the situation has taken a new turn. So there are a number of things I'd like to discuss with you. Oh, sure. Is something the matter? I'm definitely ready to get out of here, but it feels like we're forgetting something. Now that you mention it, what could it be? Oh, how callous people can be at times. How could you forget about a companion who spent the night with you in a cold, hard cell? How lamentable. How pitiful. Fine, be that way. I shall wither away friendless and hungry, alone in this dark purgatory. Is he still here? Yeah, I completely forgot about him. I'm sorry to say this, but there's not much we can do for you. Is he the musician I heard about? The one who chugged that bottle of Grand Chardonnay without a second thought? Yep, I am that jackass. No, I made that up. Yet, my fair lass, I would be heartbroken if you took my intentions the wrong way. For you see, I perceived it as an advance payment for the exquisite services that I was about to render. You're quite an interesting character. Alright, I'll see what I can do to bargain with the general for your release. I think that may be asking a bit much. If the restaurant takes us to trial, there's going to be at least a lawsuit. There's no need to worry about that. You see, I own the restaurant. Ah, Maybell's. Huh? And that Grand Chardonnay was the very one I bid on. That being the case, I'm fairly confident there won't be any other problems over the matter. I can't believe you were released. It's like a stroke of bad luck. Please, don't lay on the compliments so thick. However, it pains my soul that I partook of such a fine wine without paying a single miracle. Shall I play the piano in the restaurant per our contract to remedy that? I think I'm gonna pass. After what happened, I think it'd be a bit awkward having you back there. I, for one, don't think he'd mind a bit, and he sure does seem to have some thick skin. Let's just think of this as an unfortunate incident for the both of us. But I don't think I can just let things go like this. Let's see. It seems like you're investigating something at the moment, right? How about I lend my assistance in return for the wine? Huh? Well, that does sound interesting. I'd ask you to join these bracers in their work. Huh? Could you ever? So it's settled. Let our new working relationship bloom like a magnolia at the height of spring. Hold on a sec. What do we do to deserve this? Your general weirdness aside, simply having an amateur like you around is going to be a pain. Are you confident you won't be a drag on our work or our sanity? I'm somewhat confident in my marksmanship and magic. But of course, I'd be distressed if you tried to list my music genius in the same group. That's the kind of line that gets me really worried. But maybe we could use an extra hand. As long as we can't count on the army to help us out, I have the feeling that we'll be short on manpower. Well, alright then. We'll use you for what you're worth. However, we do happen to conclude that you're not worth your weight, you're dumped from the party. Are you okay with that? Of course, I don't mind. I'd never let you down, so please be reassured. Well, my expectations of you are pretty much at rock bottom anyway, so I know you won't let me down. I'm glad things are settled between you all. Before you go, there's something I need to tell you. Tell us? Actually, Tom did seem pretty noisy as we're headed here. What happened? Truth be told, last night there was a large-scale burglary in Bose's South Block. The weapon shop and orbital factory were targeted, as were a number of private residences. What? So this is the work of the Sky Bandits? It's unknown at this time, but seems highly probable. A unit of the Royal Army is currently conducting an investigation. I see, guess we better do an investigation of our own then. Yes, I'd like to formally request that you do just that. I'll send a payment over to the Guild for the work you've done so far. Please make use of the money for your current investigation expenses. Cool. I have a feeling the army's going to get in our way again. I guess when that happens, it happens. Whether they get in our way or not, I don't think we should be forthcoming with the army about any information we come across. Because if there's really a spy in their midst, they'll just leak it to the Sky Bandits. Though I'm reluctant to say it, I also think it's for the best to keep quiet about our findings. Anyway, let's act with prudence. Alrighty, my bosom companions, shall we head to the South Block? Look, buddy, who made you king of the show? Alright, we are now back in fucking Bose. Alright. So we are officially halfway through Chapter 1. I know, it feels amazing to have gotten this far. Boop, boop, boop. Alrighty. Clearly, though, this is a massive plot beat change, so all kinds of places are going to have different shit going on right about now. Alright, am I actually allowed to leave town? Is the question. I am. Cool. I almost thought I wasn't going to be allowed to leave town, but I clearly am. So, yep, let's work our way over to Verte checkpoint. Oh, there's reason enough to fight these things.
Enjoy the show.
Hmm. Poor Olivier out here with like almost nothing. Don't get too tired. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I told you, it's not generous with that, Lily. You won't ever have a chance to get it again in that game. Yep. Yep. That do be how it do. True. Okay, we got hand tools. The border garrison seems to have arrested a number of suspicious individuals. There was a maniacal group of women and children and even an odd con artist, but none of them were the criminals. Oh, I wonder if that means that Nigel got arrested. Because it said, con artist. It seems that the Western Circular airliner has resumed flights. Okay. Thanks to that, number of travelers passing through here is decreased. I wonder when the eastward circular airline Linde will resume flights. Alright. Okay. And we just got Ryan. Alright. Looks like the missing airliner has finally been found. Still haven't received a command to cancel security checks here. What's going on? I really need some concrete info. Cool. Just Nibble Valley. I know that guy's not moving. Oh. I guess this thing wants to play.
Seems you.
Oh, the geese. They're doing the thing.
We're good to go.
I guess Olivier just comes with his cock points completely filled.
We're good to go.
What's funnier to think about is that he could totally afford to pay it off. But then his cover would be blown.
We're good to go.
Do 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 do. see who's up here at Hockengate. Boo, 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 boo. Oh, so he's no longer blocking the door anymore. Okay. Next location, where he's talking. I was finally able to get all the paperwork done to leave the country. During my layover over here, I used all my travel money eating and drinking. And again, I've always lived my life on a whim. Okay. Doesn't seem like there's anyone interesting here. Thought we only had one guy in the clink for that petty eat and run crime. Now we got the guys who attacked the airliner in custody too. Is that we don't have them? The Colonel, who's rumored to be an elite strategist, came here for a meal the other day. He was a perfect gentleman, unlike the rugged soldiers who work here at the fort. I think I may have just fallen for him. Years ago, there used to be a village called Hamel that sat just beyond the border. Oof. Oof. I've heard that it could even be seen from here. It seems as though the village completely vanished during the 100 Days War. Alright, time for Joshua to go ... However, since the Liberal Army never invaded the Empire's borders, I don't understand how this could have happened. Really? No response, Joshua? That's surprising. I would have thought there would have been something there. But I guess not. How are we getting there? What's he gotta say? What do you want? You still loitering around here? I wanted to tell you this once. This incident is under the jurisdiction of the army. Interfere again, you won't find any clemency here. General's looking rather pale in the face. He must be really tired. I guess they've been given their all in the search as well. that's it for here. Yeah, I can't go to South Bows yet, so ignore anything that's off that way. I guess that thing wants to play.
Seems you came up
Oh, it was like right there. Okay.
Seems you came up short.
Shara being Shara. We'll do Chrome Pass next. Only natural, I would say. Oh, the fuckers want. Cool. Oh, you fucking bastard. Chance for the next save. Since we're on the Crone Trail. He wants to fight, huh?
Let's move out.
Lucky thing. Oh, neat.
Seems you came.
Yeah. Alright, cool. Made it to Chrome Pass. Okay. Since the missing airliner was found, however, since the criminals were apprehended, the security checks are going to continue for a while. Yeah, it seems like Crone Pass always knows more than what the Verde checkpoint does. This area is covered in mountains and filled with monsters. Not to mention there are big vicious ones roaming around. Daily training is essential part of being a soldier here. Zelst. Over here. Appears General Morgan has narrowed his search area to the northern mountains. So the Sky Bandits have been working somewhere along the border, huh? Soros, all soldiers are allotted at least 6 hours of sleep. That's because they can't fight to their full ability if they have insufficient rest. Alright, and then I think that's it for here. Cool. Alright, so for now, the only thing we can do is we can check Ravenmu before stopping back in to check North Bows. You little bastard. Cool. Alright, we're back on the highway. Everyone has at least enough for it, that's crap. Oh. I don't need to deal with them right now. Okay. So, on through here. Alright. We have once again made it to Ravenmu. For another check of people. I'm gonna go pee though. I have returned from the void. Promise we're progressing plot little by little. Louis. Oh, hi, Estelle. Hi, Louis. I was shocked to see the army haul you guys off after you went up to the abandoned mine. Especially after you didn't do anything wrong, either. Are you guys okay? Did those soldiers do anything bad to you? I'm sorry if we had you worried there. We're okay. As you can see, we're alive and kicking. I'm glad you guys are alright. So what I saw was actually an airship, then? Thanks for proving that I wasn't just telling a tall tale. Sure. I'm sure the Royal Army would have proved your story sooner or later, so I've got mixed feelings about the whole ordeal. Considering that we were mistaken for sky bandits and then arrested. Well, even if you didn't go out in style, at least you kept your promise. Isn't that enough? Okay. Pesca just moved here recently. Oh. She says Pesca just moved here recently, but she is a small child. How would she remember when exactly Pesca moved here if she would have been like a baby when he moved here? I don't know about that. Usually he's kind and serious. Old Man Gray and Pesca were just fighting again. We've been seeing those two go at it a lot lately. Oh. Orchard workers are inside now. Okay. So no orchard workers are outside. Some members of the Royal Army showed up. I wonder what's going on. I heard they didn't find anything in our last investigation. Sometimes I wonder if Lemon is okay running the bar by herself. If it looks like she's busy, I want to help her out too. Oh, I see. Most everyone came up here to the bar. Today's a little more crowded than I expected. Apple, a little help, please? Say it's gonna be Lore Escott. One by one. We're going to have the village elder open a meeting to discuss policy regarding orchard cultivation. I hope there'll be some sort of development. I don't think we should just continue on in the old ways. I think we need to find a more inventive approach where we can achieve a constant output of product. You can see how all of the fruit producing trees are short, right? That was something I suggested. I figured if we didn't have to deal with high places, we wouldn't need so many hands to do the work. Okay. I'm sure that probably has something to do with their new leader, with their leader. Raising fruit naturally in trees one by one is the best way as far as I'm concerned. It's because it takes so much care and time that the fruit is so delicious. Okay. Check in. Figuros. Louis was born after the war had already ended. Oh. I hope you'll never have to experience something as horrible as that. Going up here? Nope. Okay. And we just got Elder's house. Whenever I see a soldier, it causes my heart to skip a beat and reminds me of what happened here 10 years ago. I really don't like them coming here to our village. She clearly has PTSD from the war. Well, your braces are back. I was really worried after I saw you all being led away by the Royal Army. Cool. Alright, so that's all for that. Oh. I just gotta get back to bows. We're peachy. Please. Seems so. Find me as I give you fucking vertigo. Roll the rotation of the map. Shit. No, 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 no. You little baby.
Enjoy the show.
Cool. Oh, firefly fungus. Neat. Alrighty. And here we are, back in bows. Good old bows. We'll actually talk to him after we talk to people outside. Yep, it's a little more expensive now that we got Olivier, the gang. Boop, boop. Open, pick up. Odd to see the border garrison directly involved in some of the bracers. I wonder if it has anything to do with the recent burglaries and missing airliner. Well, the soldiers flood in the Southwalk. There's not much room to do any shopping there. I'd plan to go see some ornament engraving work, but I guess I'll go to the Village Market instead. I hope these burglaries and the missing airliner incident get solved soon. Nothing good has happened around here for the last several months. Alright. Then we just got the kids. Harry. Hey, Mina. What? I think about becoming a merchant, opening my own shop. That's so. Well, I guess having a goal is always a good thing. Now all you need to do is figure out how to become one, right? You're right. I'll see what I can do to help you out. Really? Yeah, as long as it's within reason. I feel like this is the first time you said anything kind to me. It's not gonna be easy. Okay. Okay, so that's everyone outside. Let's roll through all the places now. In the past, employees worked together in an effort to gain customer satisfaction. But the way young kids think these days sure has changed. In one way or another, things often don't go as expected. Arlo's kind of a dickhead. He's one of those dickhead managers, like, time to lean, time to clean. Buddy's already mentioned his life is this hotel. Not all his employees are going to feel the same though. Anyone actually in the inn? But there's not even anyone in here. Calm down. You know, I don't care what the manager says today. I'm leaving on time and going shopping. I need loss in steam from the last time he made me work overtime. You'll see that she is pissed about the OT. Alright, we got Warner, Patina, Linden, and anyways, I thought you said you had gotten over it. Still sitting here and drinking about it isn't getting over it, if you ask me. Southern shopping district got trashed by bandits. All because Bose is rich. You get money, you get rod. Been that way for as long as I can remember. You're not wrong. Looks like the bandits had enough sense to know we'd be a lousy target. Do more harm to good than good to attack us. There are a lot of larger shopkeepers in the South District, but once the sun goes down, the roads are practically deserted. If we got raided, all they'd find are a bunch of leftover ingredients. And I think only a mouse would be happy with a haul like that. Alright. What about Linden? Oh, I get more about the ancient dragons? Alright. Ancient dragons that lived before the Great Collapse. It almost seems as if they removed themselves from this land of their own volition. Cool. Yep. Yeah, it won't be a problem while I'm BRB soon. Seems my workshop was attacked by the bandits as well. Have they no shame? I'm worried about one of my workers, a man named Nigel. Sure hope he's okay. That confuses me. Isn't Nigel the guy who took over the place? I don't know. Port next. Actually, before the airport, I'll do the church. Church takes like a second to clear through. Oh, that one is here. Hey, Sarah. Why do military personnel have to be so arrogant? Racers are much nicer, and that's why I like them. Seems to be rather noisy outside. I wonder if something happened. Doesn't seem to be in the know. Okay. Although we were trying to conduct services in here, it certainly is loud outside. The sun never stops being noisy all year long. Okay, can't seem to tell the difference between it being noisy and it being a fuss. Okay, and then Mayor's house will go rather quickly, I think. I have recommended to the mayor that she take a break from her labors. She has stated that alleviating the citizens' concerns and bringing back peace to Bose comes first. Couldn't be more happy that Maybelle has matured into such a fine young woman, but I wish she could take better care of herself sometimes. Alright. Anything in here? Oh. Yep.
When were you leaving for Tokyo? it's marking Saturday and Sunday on the calendar, so I wouldn't forget.
Probably Friday, Saturday. Heard you all had a stroke of bad luck. Your baby all received a message from the bracer about what happened. I guess it was kind of unavoidable, but I'm still ashamed to say it happened. It was out of our control to begin with, and I can't say that the Royal Army was necessarily at fault either. Yeah, whatever. Now you Skybands can hear me, you just wait until I get my hands on you. Okay, so we're all done there. Okay, we'll do airport now. Oh, she's still here. Mentions the airliner landing in ruin. And we've got the Royal Army's patrol ships here in Bose. I wonder if they're here to investigate the string of burglaries. Ed? Only flights for the Sicilia have resumed. All those passengers who are boarding, please make your way to the gate. Hold on. That airship is... Isn't one of the patrol ships, which belongs to the Royal Army? Speaking of Arctic patrol ships, they were used in the war 10 years ago and are famous for achieving great military results. Airships are just awesome, aren't they? Cecilia, which had been standing by in Rouen, has arrived. Okay. Once more, it appears that the patrol ships from Lyson Fortress have come. I'd like to say that this is the most excited I've been in a while, but I'm feeling a little rusty. Just grab both. Better take care of the basic inspections before patrol ships so the boss is looking over to Cecilia. Yep, just a moment. I'm gonna blow this top again if I don't hurry and get my work done. If I'm busy or not, I'm always getting yelled at. Okay. Up for it for a moment. Okay, I only see one. I just take note of that. Alright.
Short shorts. 500 views.
Alright, I'm gonna do a BRB and we're gonna eat some dinner. And then we'll do some more chatting with people before we move on with plot.
That sounds like there's not enough lore in it
Just-
from
just-
Steel.
A little bit. Yeah. Alright. I'll be back.
No lore from Cold Steel on that.
bringing the chat window back. We are so back. Alright. Where the fuck was I? Oh yeah. I was talking to everyone in fucking Bose. Once again. We just finished doing airport. And we were doing Anteros next, that's right. Yeah, so I'll put up that section. Whoa! Aren't you? I see, that's what he was nervous about. Manager lecture. No, I'm sure of it. You're that guy from before. I can imagine that Olivier is just doing this shit when he walks in. Or, that's... What's up, my good managerial sir? Thanks for the meal last time. Oh. Oh my. Didn't I have you arrested already? Okay, that makes it make a lot more sense now, too. That he was the one who had him arrested. I guess I'm gonna have to report you again. Now, let's not do anything brash, my friend. You guys are actually quite blessed. To have an owner with the eyes to recognize the value of an artful man such as myself is quite wondrous. Truly. She is an exquisite beauty, is she not? Like a flower in bloom. The future of Anteros is as bright as a field bathed eternally in the noontime glow of a crisp spring day. I can't believe you defied the owner like that. What kind of manager are you? That was funny. Dear me, consider this a managerial failure on my part. My sincerest apologies to the owner. Okay, that was really funny. Not long ago, a very important, very valuable bottle of wine was completely downed by a customer. A non-paying customer, mind you. That was the first time in a while that I've heard the manager let out his, special cry of dismay. It's a shriek, really. Sounds just like a little girl, or someone who's been kicked very smartly in the bagpipes. That's funny.
Steppy, the chef in Cold Steel 1 telling Reen that he was more virgin than his olive oil.
I'm not sure what to do now. My lovely Grand Chardonnay was down completely while I was out on break.
Sucks.
Owner simply laughed it off, but I do feel responsible for not safeguarding it better. Okay, what's Ross got to say? Heard a shrill scream from the manager the other day. Stuff her nightmares are made of that. I wonder what happened this time. I often hear the subdued shriek for him when new staff members arrive, actually, so I suppose there's nothing to worry about. Our prized Grand Chardonnay was drunk and full free of charge, and the owner seemed not to care at all. She's about my age, so how can she have her head so high in the clouds about this? The manager, by contrast, practically swallowed his tongue. I've never seen anyone turn such an unholy shade of red. Well, I guess such an unnatural color is a pretty natural reaction, all things considered. Poor guy. Alright. Let's figure out who's here. I think the couple isn't here anymore. Okay, good. Okay, at least something is consistent.
What?
The couple that's too poor to eat here on the regular is not here the next day. Thank God. That would have been a gripe of mine.
That they were there?
The rich people are here. Okay. What's Norsh gonna say? I do understand where Marion is coming from, but I find it hard to agree with her assessment. Although they're just soldiers like anyone else, I find the members of Her Royal Highness's personnel guards to be most polite and understanding. Oh, does Marion not like the soldiers? I don't care much for soldiers.
Okay.
Tend to be boorish and overbearing. Why must they behave so? Why can't they just act their ages? Of course, I know they're not all like that, but still.
You know, heavy breathing from here. 100%.
Boris. Okay. Like anywhere else, this place was reduced to rubble during the 100 Days War, but it was also the quickest to be rebuilt when it was over. Oh.
I feel like so much doing this whole thing.
Yep.
I love it. Okay, Laura. Fucking armor breaking.
Of course, there's a reason for that. The merchants all got together and pulled their profits to fund the revival effort.
Wow, that's amazing.
Oh sure, Bo's merchants all love the freedom to earn and spend it well, but when push comes to shove, we'll band together every time. I'm proud to have lived my life as a Bo's merchant. Okay, my stars, whenever a man in uniform shows up, I can't help but think of the past. It's been a long road for us. Gets PTSD when she sees soldiers.
I think that's the way I agree.
She's not the only old lady that acts like that. The elder's wife back in Ravenous is the same way. Just can't make a deal here.
Statement.
Why can't I close a deal to save my life? Is it my haircut? Bad body odor? Great ideas. Do I smell? Another guy's name is Jack. Pushing your goods on me without ever sweetening the pot does not make for a successful negotiation. Given the circumstances, I think a discount is entirely appropriate. Okay, and then Letta and Fanny.
They can't afford to eat there.
Okay, so that's everyone at Anteros. Good, good. Now for the long process of going through the Bo's Market. There ain't nothing that can be done about it. It's just a long process of talking to everyone there.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start with, Oh, the Gantz changed his angle? Now is he trying to look at her behind? Okay, let's start with Gantz. The girl working here at the confectionery has been looking a little blue recently. I wonder if she's worried about something. I'll figure it out in a few minutes. Alright, we'll get around to her. First, let's come here. Oh. Burglars broke into my house last night. Damn, that's incredible.
Huh?
Fortunately, at the time, only my wife and daughter were at home.
That double sum.
Though no harm came to them, they were rather shaken up from the whole ordeal. My wife sent me off with a smile this morning, but I'm still worried about them in the house.
Yeah.
Alright. Oh! Trina. That's what it was. Already got these. Heard rumors that the army found the missing airliner. I wonder what happened to my fiance. Oh, I see. What, man? Alright, I'll leave those back there. What's that you say? The city was hit up by some burglars? What a despicable bunch, trying to make a profit stealing from others. I sure hope someone hurries up and catches those crooks. What we got here? New issue with the news.
Nope, ain't not my thing.
Oh wait, this girl and her son, they live in Raven. Yeah, they came here to start a business, and the husbands stayed at home to wrap up loose ends.
Whatever now. I doubt Jordan knows.
Dog, Alicia. My husband was the one who said, let's start this business to begin with. Idea. Start the business. And right at the last minute, he shoved everything on me. Ran back to the village by himself, leaving me to shoulder the burden. What in the fuck was he thinking when he cut and ran like that? Someone's a little pissed.
Did you actually time?
Yeah, that's I do leave a little like parentheses notes sometimes. I think it's funnier that way.
It is.
Looks like we got some members of the Royal Army here in the market. I I wonder if there was some sort of trouble. I don't see any. Okay. Just see the usual people, man. I hear there were some burglaries in the South Block. All the well-established shops are on that street. They just sort of heard about the robberies. And bucks the last, the merchants. Before I move on to the cities. Westward bound airliner has finally resumed flights. Now I'll be able to stock up on veggies from Roland. Alright, now it's time to stock up and sell, sell, sell. Alrighty. Well, since she's right here, I know she's like copying of us. Tyrell. There were a bunch of scary men outside. Did something happen? Well, I guess soldiers to her are just a bunch of scary men. Libro. I sure wish the shop owner would take better care of the antique books. Maybe I should go put in a word or two about that. Libro, shut your fucking mouth. She will fucking put you on a pike. Claire. My mom caught me sneaking into the market and yelled at me. Neat.
Yeah. Yeah, give me that million seven. Right, well, they're all good. They are just dead. Okay.
Yeah, you're back here the next day here, huh? Sniffle. Just saying. Alright, what are Cigaro and Edel doing? Thank for putting the flights back. Okay, Cigaro. Looks like flights have started back up again. Now we can finally head to Ruan. Alright, let's get it on the side. I really gotta start keeping an eye on my wife's shopping habits. Personally, I think people should live a little more modestly than my wife does. Due to airliner flights being cancelled, I've had way more than my fill of shopping. It looks like my husband's about to have a heart attack after seeing how much I bought. I guess she finally saw the light. Took her long enough. I wonder if my mother wants to see my father. Sometimes I can see this look of loneliness in her face. I'm not sure if that's loneliness, Pom. I think she's just pissed. Maizen, what do you got? It appears that we got the army coming and going here in town now. I can't stand the repugnant group with their pretentious attitudes. Oh? Yes, he can't stand the army. Yes, dude, calm down. Alright, and we just got two more, I think. Yeah. Which are the usual crowd, Emmy. It doesn't look like there's anything in particular on sale at any of these stores today. But this is no time to shirk my duties. This is for the future of my home budget. Who knows, there may just be a bargain in here somewhere. Yeah, nothing really interesting with that lady. Okay. Cool. Alright, so we finished up in here. I think the only thing that's left to do is to go to the Bracer Guild. Yep. Oh! No. There they are. Okay. I'll put that. Letta. Annie says she wants to dine at the Anteros again, but this isn't just a place we can afford all the time. I'm going to have to work a part-time job and save up some money.
Why did you find Linde?
Whenever I eat good food, I feel so happy. The much-praised food at the Anteros is beyond my wildest expectations. I'd love to indulge myself there at least once a year. Okay. That makes sense. Oh, I think I've accounted for most people. We can go to the Bracer Guild now. Let's see if Sting is back. Or if, first. Stolen ring. I was burglarized the other day and my jeweled ring was found to be among the missing items. It's quite valuable to me, so if anyone happens to find it, please let me know. I live in Bosa South Block. Oh, so that's, Paul's wife. It's a fucked up, I just know my name. Who is who?
Yep. It is.
Let's go see who's upstairs. Actually, I'll check the board. I think the only one who did was Stolen Ring. Yes. Oh, and Lace is here? Okay. I'm seeing her everywhere, man.
Again?
I told you, I feel like I'm seeing her way more often now that I'm like checking. I don't remember seeing her this often before. Anyways. So Shara, it looks like you ran into a bit of trouble, huh? I'll make sure to put down the... Can't believe you guys were tossed in prison without a shred of evidence. I wonder what the old general is thinking. Well, it turned out to be one of those situations of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. That aside, was it you who let the mayor know about her situation? Yep, right you are on that one. Oh, that's right, because she was in town. That's right. She was in Ravenmu. I just happened to run across her while I was on a job at the village. I kind of feel bad for all the trouble you had to go through for us. That's no big deal, really. Now, this is a little off subject, but I heard that you knew recruits for Cassius's kids. Yep, that's right. I'm Estelle. And I'm Joshua. We're actually not related by blood, though. I'm his adopted son.
So it's okay if we get together.
I see. So you're Cassius's. I don't think that you'll be super gracious like he is just because you're his kids. I'm excited to have the chance to meet you in person like this. I guess she knows Dad too, huh? That way to me. That was neat. I actually really appreciate the fact that Annalise was there, because that ties up a loose end, technically speaking.
Yeah, I never know.
Okay, let's report. Makes sense. That gave me quite a surprise. Unprecedented to hear that some of our bracers have been taken into custody during an investigation. Morgan, I tell you. Sorry to make you worry like that. Never mind that. I'm just glad you're all back safe. I was even considering protesting in a rural city through our main branch. But maybe I'll manage to smooth everything out before that could happen. Is it really such a big deal? Think about it, Estelle. In the Liberal Kingdom, the Bracer Guild's right to investigate crimes is recognized by law. Therefore, the General's actions would be in direct defiance of the system of rules that govern this kingdom. Well, at least things have settled down as a result of this. could see how quickly I can make Mira with the... new trick. What is it? It is the apple ice cream. But I don't think I actually have it. Hold on. Ripe apple. Oh. Oh. Interesting. Okay, so that gives me a definite path. I'm seeing. Yeah, I think this one definitely moves faster. Yeah, so I make like a good 4,000 every time. That's pretty good, actually. 99 apple ice creams. Yeah, so we can do this for a few minutes. Damn, this is making money fast as fuck. Yeah. Kinda ridiculous how fast I'm making money right now. Okay, so yeah, I should be at 40,000 for this one. Yep, 40,000. Yeah, just for a few more times and we're good. I don't know. I'm getting it up to like 50,000 for right now. And actually, there's some other things I could sell too. I think. Like, come down. One, two, three, four. That's fine. I have a fuck ton of those. And then what was it? It was the apple piece. Well, egg, sugar, and then apple. There we go. That's probably fine for now. So I can work up some more money in a bit for some other shit. The only other thing I can really think other than other status items is maybe some actually one minute. Hey Spence. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Although I really don't need it. Are you talking about the veggie sandwich? Or... Oh, tomato sandwich. Oh, yeah. Although, to be fair, there's only so much I can get from doing that. Okay. Yeah, how much would it cost me? Make sure I have money. I need to get that. Hey, I already have that much of that. How much would that cost? 14,000 Mira? Yeah, it makes sense. And so getting this would be about 30,000 Mira each. Versus how much for all of this stuff? Or do I already have 99 of all of it? Oh, the orange is only what I don't. I see that. There we go. So, the only thing I don't have here is the really expensive shit, which I can just do off stream. Yeah, I don't see a problem doing that. Okay. Then... I think we can go do... Investigating? And on the way of doing investigating, we can go get some new shit. As always, make a save. That's one. I'll take this one. Yep, so we're stuck in Tepos now. Okay. Alright. Tepos, block sheet there. So we're gonna do West House. We'll be calling for questioning here soon, so how about sitting tight until we finish? Damn it. Went the wrong way. Oh. One more house. Oh. Now we got burglars running amok in the city? I swear, what's happening to Bose? I'm just glad they left this house alone, though I'm baffled as to why. They certainly didn't do their homework on this city. Simon? I was shocked when I heard about the South Block being hit by burglars. Morano's mother was here alone, you see. Hey, what's Modena gotta say? Fortunately, this house is untouched. But it's at times like this that makes you feel uneasy when there's no man at home. I'm just glad that Miranda brought Simon over to watch the house. Alright, what about Colano? Is Colano not home? I'm not trying to be rude, but this is an official investigation. Move it along. Alright, so they won't let us in there. Wait yet. General Morgan may be stubborn, but he's running the show. He's a very capable leader. I wouldn't expect any less from the man who defeated the Imperial Army in the war a decade ago. What gets me is why he's having so much trouble this time around. Are you the braces we heard about? Since Amara's asked you to look into things, I have no choice but to allow it. Just don't get in my way. Can't believe these sky bandits managed to circumvent our search and just walked right into town and burglarized a bunch of places. We were really outdone this time. Damn it! Alright. My shop got ripped off by a bunch of thieving criminals. And they took off every last one of my pricey goods, too. Why did they have to happen to me at a time when there were hardly any goods around to begin with? Now would be a good time to stock up on shit. Cool. All good here. That the group of sky bandits in the old mine consists of 2 females and a male. Rumor has it they even got children in the mix. What, those people aren't sky bandits? It's funny. Nope, I can't talk to anyone there. Okay. Okay. Oh, Marco? That store was hit by the burglars as well. I guess this isn't the time to be talking about business deals. My factory! My factory and all my goods, they're gone! I gotta report this to either the army or the Bracer Guild ASAP. Now, hold on just a minute. If either one of these groups saw what was written in that stolen ledger, I'd be in a world of hurt. You know what time it is, Lily? Wait. Is it behind? For some reason, Olivier's slots are almost all open. Yeah. Anyways. Before we buy anything, let's see. He's already got an EP1. I don't know the EP cut yet. Get him the EP cut. Another case. Now we have enough to do what I want with him. That's gonna become a cast one. Two casters of Hellgate, let's go. And then we got basic heal. I feel like I need it though. I guess I can use it. Easy in the blind. In case I feel like I need them, I'll get some more of these. I have plenty of everything else, though. I think I need the HP. I got plenty of it. those. Good. We're good. Yeah, I think we're fine in quartz. Mhm. So let's go upstairs. Yay, this one turned out really cute. Now, is this how you wanted this one? Yeah, sure, something like that. However, we really got screwed, you know that? Hmm. Working on another story, huh? Looks like you two are on the trail of Scoop again. Hey, Geo kids. Oh, Stella and Joshua. Well, now she notices them. Boy, am I glad to see that they let you out of the clinker. Yeah, I heard all about you kids getting arrested by the army up at that old mine. It certainly had me worried. Why are you acting like you had nothing to do with it? It was your info that led us to the village. Hey now, what kind of face is that? Don't tell me you blame us. Did you go and check out the abandoned mine yourselves? Yeah, we did yesterday. It was after you all had already been hauled off. We could have had a really great shot of your arrest had we been there. It really guts me that we missed such a perfect opportunity for a great shot. I swear, you people in the news business. But anyway, I was wondering if you thought this looked like the handiwork of the Sky Bandits. Sure looks that way to me. It seems that the army is sniffing around for clues, too. To be honest, it looks like there's nothing to be found here anymore. See, it does make things a bit more difficult. Well, Mr. Reporter, why don't you let me ask you this, then? Do you know from whence the Sky Bandits entered town? According to witness statements, they were seen leaving through the west gate. Well, that's awfully strange. The mayor's residence and Bo's Market are right through the west gate. And it seems like attacking those two places would be far more lucrative. When you put it that way, that makes a lot of sense. If you don't mind me asking, who the fuck are you anyway? I'm just, you know, I'm doing what the script begs me to do, Lily. I'm Olivier Lenheim, a wandering bard and gifting musician. You heard rumors about me, right? Alright, you're that guy who drank wine without paying at that classy restaurant. Takes guts to stiff such a big bill. It's an honor to meet you, sir. You're making me blush. I'm ready for my interview anytime, so don't hesitate to ask. Wow, really? I'm getting a headache just listening to this fuck. These two are very much alike. I'm not even going to ask how this guy wound up with the rest of you. That would be for the best. Thanks to your shenanigans, the pages of the next issue are going to be filled with some real gripping headlines. Let me know if you get any other scoops. Newest model camera on display here was stolen. I think the Sky Bandits have an interest in photography. Harry. Wow, it looks like the burglar was made off with nearly everything. I could have sworn that my boss locked up last night. Hey, you there. What, something wrong? Thought I'd better give you a word of advice. Even if you are representing the mayor, at the end of the day, you are still civilians. We cannot have you wandering around here in the middle of our investigation. Who do you think you're talking to? Your advice seems rather more like a threat. I'm just saying you need to know your place. But if you're so adamant about investigating the matter, then do it after we've cleared out of here. If we get any more trouble out of you, then I'm going to have to give you a personal invitation to jail. Forget about it, Estelle. There's no use arguing with these gentlemen. For an ass in a lion's skin, you sure know how to throw your weight around, Mr. Soldier. What did you just say? May I ask what's going on here? Oh no! Big Dick Energy has entered the chat. For a soldier in the prestigious Royal Army to be threatening a good citizen. That is an outright embarrassment to us all. But these aren't just civilians, sir. Members of the Bracer Guild. Oh, is that so? Then I ask you once again, what is going on here? The army is supposed to work closely with the guild. What do you intend to accomplish by being rude to our allies? But as far as the general is concerned, yes, that side of the general really concerns me. I'll take over from here, so please take your men and clear out. But sir, your men have been here since early this morning, so I presume that a sufficient investigation has been conducted by now, yes? I'll smooth things over with the general later. Is there anything else you wish me to address? No, sir. Alright, men. Pack it up or return to Hocking Gate. Looks like that's that. Seems that some of our personnel were rather impolite. Please allow me to apologize. I appreciate the gesture. But we made some slightly inflammatory remarks as well, so how about we just let bygones be bygones? Suits me just fine. As I said before, the Army's supposed to work with the Guild. I think our two organizations working together grants us each the ability to make up for the other shortcomings. Looking forward to any progress you make with this series of events. Thank you, we'll do what we can. He seems like a decent guy. No, Estelle, you're falling! Yeah, I wonder who he is. Colonel. It's almost the appointed time. Bend me over. Oh, already? Excuse me, but it appears I must take my leave. Oh, before I do, I look like I haven't properly introduced myself. I am Alan Richard, a colonel in the Royal Army. If there's anything I can do to assist you, please don't hesitate to contact me. I'm all over here like, don't. Colonel Richard, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Niall mentioned it before. He said something about him being a sharp young officer who leads the Royal Army's intelligence division. Alright. Wow, for someone in the military, he sure knows how to listen to others. Probably in his mid-30s, and he's not hard on the eyes either. Seems like he's more fit to be a politician than a service member. Hey, you guys. Who was that you were just talking to? I can swear I've seen him somewhere before. Are you trying to tell me you didn't recognize him? That was Colonel Richard of the Intelligence Division. You know the guy you mentioned earlier? What? You're not pulling my leg, are you? As well as that would be, nope. He said so himself, so I'm fairly confident he is who he says he is. To think that the legend himself would show up. Can't wait around here like this any longer, Dorothy. Let's see if we can catch up to him. Aye aye, sir. Although I'm really not sure why we're chasing after anyone. You see his eyes light up? I wonder if he's going to do an interview or something. Anyone else in the army would brush him off, but I'm sure the colonel will oblige him. Damn. Olivier is already skeptical. He's just... What's the matter, Olivier? Look serious. I gotta say, I find it creepy coming from you. I was just thinking about the colonel. I'll be the first to admit that he's quite the specimen of a man. But... what? I can say with confidence that he doesn't stand a chance against me when it comes to the ladies. But I'd like to see him try just a little harder. It's no fun without a romantic rival. You just had to ask, didn't you, Joshua? I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Let's see here. Oh, the soldiers are gone. How about we resume our own investigation? Start by talking to all the people we couldn't talk to earlier. Good idea. So wait, did I already do all the things? Okay. Do this. After soldiers clear out. Hmm. This house. Where is? There were some burglaries around here yesterday. It seems like my mom saw the culprits too. Oh! Maybe that was a typo or script misalignment from before. Because a few plot points ago, Alval mentions his mother seeing the Sky Bandits. So I wonder if, like, in, like, the sheet of script, something got moved up on accident. I think that's probably what happened. Armin was asking about it until just a little while ago. By the goddess. First an environment was missing, and now we got a bunch of burglaries. I wonder what'll be next. Sicilia resuming flights is about the only good thing happening. Although as long as the international lines to the Empire don't reopen, we merchants can't reopen our businesses. Oh, okay. I got a real surprise last night. I went to open the window and let in some fresh air. There was some masked man staring right at me. He wasn't alone either. There were a bunch of others. That's fun. Alrighty. I think Morano and them don't have anything new to say, right? Oh dear me. Racers came to ask questions not that long ago. Alright, we did come before. I'm really sorry I couldn't talk to you then. So what you came to ask about was what happened last night, right? Yes, that's right. Is this a good time for you? Yeah, that's a good time. That's on you. It's the middle of the night, you see, when I heard a noise coming from outside. And of course I thought it was my husband coming home at such a late hour, so I opened the door and started yelling. Turned out to be a group of masked men coming out of the Orbital factory across the road. Thought my heart was plumb about gonna stop right then and there. Although it turned out the burglars were rather surprised and ran away to the north. I see, so it was a snake, huh? What you're saying then is that this house didn't incur a loss of any kind? Yeah, thanks to the mercy of the goddess. Husband coming home late mean that he went to the bar? If it was only that, that would be forgivable. In addition to being a no-good drinker, he's obsessed with this. Raised her hand in a casting motion. Oh, I get it. You mean fishing, right? I see. That's right, he loves fishing more than life itself. Just yesterday, he said something about catching some smelt and took off to the lake in the south. On top of that, he still hasn't come back. Okay, that explains that. Eh? So you're saying is he doesn't know anything about the incident? That's exactly what I'm saying. But when that good-for-nothing husband of mine gets home, he's gonna get what's for, let me tell you. Hi, honey! I'm home! What a day I had. I was fishing patiently all morning, but I have nothing to show for it. Oh, what's this? We have guests? You senile old man! My goodness, woman, what kind of fiery temp has gotten into you? Don't you know it's rude to act like that in front of guests? If anyone's being rude, that would be you. I'm dumbfounded that my own husband can just take off and do what he likes at a time like this. Huh? What do you mean by a time like this? Maybe I should explain. Burglaries by sky bandits, you don't say? Now that is terrible. But to think that they hightailed it out of here after my wife hollered at them is hilarious. Guess they got to experience the Cecile effect firsthand. What'd you just say? Let's all calm down now, shall we? But to think that these sky bandits came in the night like they did and then just disappeared like that. I wonder if it has anything to do with that thing he was talking about the other day. What do you mean? Alright, you don't know him. He is my fishing buddy. He's staying at the end down the lakeshore to the south of here. If I remember right, he said something about seeing a strange bunch near the place the other night. A strange bunch? Now, this sounds really interesting. Can you tell me a little more about what you heard? Sure, don't mind. I'm just gonna tell you up front that this is all hearsay. From what I heard, he just happened to see them by chance as he was out fishing during the night. He saw them leave by way of the inn's front door and then out onto the road. However, when he asked around at the inn in the morning, it turned out that no one like that had stayed there the night before. Yeah, that is rather odd. Was there any type of burglary at the inn? No, nothing of the sort. In fact, it's quiet here. The meals are great, and it's, well, a place I'd recommend to anyone. Best of all, it's a prime fishing spot. There weren't any different clues related to the incident. We did manage to hear a few interesting bits. I concur. I especially like the one that described all the delicious food at the end. That's not what we were talking about, but I did find the fishing part to be rather interesting. Unfortunately, if there's nothing going on there, I guess it wouldn't be worth investigating. Actually, I think it's quite the opposite. If someone had been careless and caused a problem, the army would have thoroughly investigated it. Conversely, the possibility that sky bandits appearing there were nothing happening is rather high. Well, I guess that's one way to think about it. And in light of this series of incidents, there's either a spy in the army or the sky bandits are a really clever bunch of thieves. It'll be extremely difficult to corner them only by investigating the incidents which have occurred. We'll need to get one step ahead of them by tracking the movements. I see, so you're saying is we should take an offensive stance rather than a defensive one? How about we get going? Off to the beautiful Valeria Lake, extolled in many, a rhyme as the Pearl of La Burl. Okay, I was already able to go in there. Did I fuck something up? I may have fucked something up. Hold on. I already talked to all these people at least once. Can't talk to them. Yeah, I think that's what happened. Is I talked to the wrong person first. And that led to problems. So I progressed plot too fast. So I went to the wrong house first. I missed the start of a side quest, I think. Which that can be a problem. So I'm just running back through real quick. Alright, so yeah, we're just gonna run through all of this again real quick. Alright, going through this long scene again. Just so we can see Colonel Richard Drift once more. This time, let's be a little more intelligent how we go about this. I was putting my son to bed last night, and suddenly some masked man kicked in the door and came storming in. Yeah. I didn't tell my husband because I didn't want him to worry. But my ring, which was from my mother, was taken. A bunch of strangers came in the house without asking. My mom and I were scared, so we hid under the bed. Okay, so... Okay, that's part of the describing that we're getting. There's a short. So I didn't really use all that much. I think I literally do have to... Okay. I'll make sure to have talks to everyone. Again. Just in case there are triggers that need to be triggered. Alright. I think that means... Alright. Alright, cool. I'm free to go now? Okay. Cool. I'm free to, like, free? Here in a moment. Yeah, I'm free. Okay. Cool. Alright, so I'm gonna stop streaming here for tonight. I think, realistically, we have maybe 1 or 2 more streams out of Chapter 1, which is a good stopping point for the summer. Things are gonna get a lot busier after then, and so probably do a hiatus on the Sky stuff until that gets figured out. But yeah, we're a good chunk through Chapter 1 now. It's starting to wind down. So next time we'll do the next batch of chatting, and then we'll plot along. I'll probably do some maybe money grindy stuff off stream. But yeah, like I said before, probably not streaming Saturday. Next stream, I'm not sure when. Probably want another one on Tuesday, as per usual. But yeah, I don't know. Watching Twitch, follow, hang out in the chat, that kind of thing. As long as you're not plugging your stuff to try and get money out of it. Just do it as for fun, still stuff. And the like, comment, subscribe stuff as usual on YouTube Export. But I think that's it. You guys have a good rest of your week. I am gonna hop off. You guys have a good night.